has had to face several challenges to adapt to the advent of technology, as Mr. Mishra had also opined in the inaugural session. To discuss the nuances of the role of technology, we begin our first session of the national seminar, where we will hear the opinions of several luminaries on the dais, such as Honorable Mr. Justice Surya Kant, Judge Supreme Court of India, Honorable Mr. Justice Suman Shyam, Judge Guwahati High Court, Professor Dr. Ranbir Singh, Founder Vice Chancellor of National Law University, Delhi, and presently on the Governing Council member of the IFIM Law School. Also, Professor Dr. V.K. Ahuja, Vice Chancellor of the National Law University, Assam. Before we begin the technical session, we would like to felicitate the dignitaries on the dais. Could I request Mr. Subhash Chandra Biswas, if he is here with us, Ms. Ashima Chetia and Ms. Poonam Rava, to kindly come to the dais. Whoever is available, please come to the dais to kindly felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Surya Kant, Judge Supreme Court of India. Please come. Please come, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Shraddha. Once again, sir, a very warm welcome to you. We know you have time constraints, and therefore we express our gratitude to you for having spared your valuable time. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I request Mr. P.D. Nair, Ms. Panki Mohanto, Ms. Dharitri Das to kindly come and felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Suman Shyam, Judge, Guwahati High Court. Mr. Nair, could you look towards this side? The photographer is asking you all. Justice Shyam, could I request you all to look towards this side, please? The gentleman here is trying to take a photograph. Thank you. Thank you so much. I now request Mr. A.R. Sikdar, Ms. Deji Bharali, and Ms. Purabi Das to kindly come up on stage to felicitate Professor Dr. Ranbir Singh, the founder, Vice Chancellor of National Law University, Delhi. Mr. Nair, please come. If we do not have the presence of Mr. A.R. Sikdar, then please come. Thank you, sir, for having joined us today. It is indeed an honor to have you with us. Mr. Chinmay Chaudhary, Senior Advocate, Chairman-elect of our Bar Council. Thank you. Also kindly felicitate Mr. Solen Das, Advocate, who is former Chairman of the Bar Council of Assam, Nagaland, Mizorum, Arunachal Pradesh, and Sikkim. Thank you, sir. Could I now request Mr. Chinmay Chaudhary, the Chairman-elect of the Bar Council of Assam, Nagaland, Mizoram, Arunachal Pradesh, and Sikkim, to kindly welcome the gathering. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Respected Honorable Justice Surya Kant, Judge of Supreme Court, Honorable Mr. Justice Suman Shyam, Judge, Guwahati High Court, Professor Dr. Ranbir Singh, Founder, Vice Chancellor of National Law University, Delhi, and presently Governing Council member, IFM Law School. Dr. V.K. Ahuja, Professor, Vice Chancellor, National Law University, Assam, Guwahati. Honorable judges of the dais, respected dignitaries, delegates from other bar councils of different states, our invitees, ladies and gentlemen, and dear students. This is the first seminar of our national seminar of Golden Jubilee. Here we shall discuss the subject, Seminar on Role of Technology in Legal Sector and in Facilitating Speedy Justice. On this subject, already several speakers in the inaugural session has deliberated, citing how beneficial it would be to introduce the new technologies in the system of dispensation of justice. And some of the honorable speakers have pointed out the risk factor involved in it if proper effort is not made to keep it in position. We find that in all the walks of life or in all the departments, reliance on the technology has become inevitable. To keep pace with the development in the entire world in various fields, technology has a very particular role and one cannot ignore its necessity. In judiciary, though it was slowly entering during pandemic situation, we found that it was a compulsion to introduce this technology in a very small way, but it could not be avoided because the movement of people became highly restricted and it was found necessary to do cases through internet, and for that many had to rely upon the computers. On the other hand, we found that because of improper development or some difficulties in the implementation of technology, the development through technology was slow and the desired result was not available. But then, at the same time, there was definitely some escape route for the judiciary to go ahead with its responsibility. Today, we have the dignitaries on the dais to deliberate on the subject. I hope we shall be highly benefited by listening to those deliberations, especially the students who have come from various institutions in the city will be highly benefited. And I welcome all the dignitaries on the dais and of the dais, invitees, ladies and gentlemen, students, this seminar, which is going to begin shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your welcome address. I immediately now request Honorable Mr. Justice Surya Kant, Judge Supreme Court of India, to kindly address the gathering. I am told that sir also has to leave for some other some personal difficulties, and therefore would like to address the gathering first. We look forward to hearing from you, sir. Thank you.
We have amongst two Honorable Chief Justices, Justice Arup Goswami, Chief Justice, Chhattisgarh High Court, Justice Ujjwal Bhayan, Chief Justice, Telangana High Court, Honorable Judges from the Guwahati High Court, Justice Koteshwar Singh, Justice Suman Shyam on the dais, and other Honorable Judges. My guru and a great personality in the academia, Professor Ranbir Singh on the dais, Professor Ahuja, Vice Chancellor National Law School, Guwahati, other dignitaries on the dais, Shri Manan Mishra, Chairman Bar Council of India, other office bearers of the Bar Council, office bearers of the Bar Council of 5 states who are the host of this event, members of the legal fraternity, my dear students, ladies and gentlemen. The two parts of today's seminar have been largely touched in the inaugural session by various speakers. But I still wish to share my views on the role of technology in legal sector and in facilitating speedy justice. I must candidly say that it's an honor and privilege for me to share my views with this distinguished audience on this historical occasion of the Diamond Jubilee ceremony celebrations of the Bar Council of Assam, Nagaland, Mizorum, Arunachal Pradesh, and Sikkim states. And that too on a subject which has become immensely relevant across the globe. The present theme of the session is indeed very crucial on courts across India, as they are being called upon to deliver services and perform up to the expectations of a common man against the backdrop of an increasing caseload, though we have a declining resource base. As we know, the rule of law is the foundational pillar on which the legal profession stands. And in this context, making the justice delivery system more accessible is an issue of paramount importance. The legal profession takes a lot of pride in claiming that it strives to provide quality and affordable services. The bar councils, the bar associations, various other non-governmental organizations perform on multiple fronts to achieve this laudable goal. As regard to the recent infusion of the technological innovation, it would be an understatement to highlight the adverse impact of COVID-19 on the justice delivery system. And that adverse impact was worldwide. Of course, Indian courts were also not an exception. It is not unusual in justice delivery system across the globe to take exceptional measures to meet the challenges in times of health crisis. There are quotable examples of as early as the treatment of lepers, and others in biblical times, including the introduction of isolation and quarantine. The earlier Spanish flu epidemics during the First and Second World War greatly influenced our current mitigation measures, such as the early release of low-risk prisoners. During the COVID pandemic, measures relating to the enforcement of fundamental and human rights become prominent, especially the crises like housing and food for migrant laborers. Several marginalized communities such as transgender persons, daily wagers, private sector employees, workers, and street vendors faced extreme hardship. And that was the time when district judiciary could not suddenly respond to these challenges effectively, as they were not well equipped with basic internet infrastructure to provide audio-video mode of hearing the cases. As the lower courts, which are the most accessible platforms for socio-economically disadvantaged litigants, were temporarily closed due to COVID-19, and gearing up them for online functioning took considerable time and efforts in terms of capital and human resources. Dear friends, the miseries of the consumer of justice therefore got multiplied largely for the reason that we do not have readily available infrastructure to respond to these emergent needs. There were long queues of litigants seeking grant of maintenance, recovery of wages, payment of old age pension, medical bills, custody of minor children, protection from domestic violence, or of their basic human rights, life and dignity. The audio-video visual hearings in district courts became difficult, as there were many areas without internet connectivity, lack of equipment, and most importantly, lack of training and knowledge of how to use the technology. Therefore, the rural and remote areas were deprived of the benefits of uninterrupted flow of justice. Not only the district courts, even the constitutional courts faced major challenges like cyber security, data privacy, and safety of documents containing sensitive information. There was a series of apprehension that the anti-social elements could misuse the lack of data privacy or cyber security to mount a threat to the national security. We can proudly say that Indian judiciary came out with prompt and effective solutions, of course, with the proactive support of the union and the state governments who provide the necessary budgetary assistance to the courts. We successfully started recording oral evidence, secured presence of the under trials, and conducted oral hearings through the innovative technological advancement, which became a reality with hardly any loss of time. Both the courts and the bar deserve applause and acknowledgement for how they transformed themselves very smoothly and adopted the audio-visual system in place of the old conventional mode of functioning. The online courts could take up not only the urgent matters and deliver relief to the needy, they also succeed in arresting the explosion of arrears of the docket. The other side of the online court hearing is access to technology. This system requires a robust digital infrastructure for the use of judges, lawyers, and litigants. Internet issues, broadband, and server maintenance are some of the barriers to a digital court. The twin issues of access to enabling infrastructure and smooth adaptation of the technology process therefore require substantial consideration. Both are short-term issues that could frustrate access to timely justice. We thus need to understand that a system dependent on internet connectivity requires a workable alternative for those without access to or technologically handicapped in other ways. This is especially true for the rural and remote areas and the courts that have jurisdiction over such areas. Income and caste gender inequalities may also be a factor in determining who has access to the internet and who does not have. Regardless of work-friendly technological advancements, many judges and lawyers are uncomfortable arguing and speaking in front of a camera. This issue was raised by Mr. Mishra also during the inaugural session. The technology involved can be quite a challenge to them. The facial expressions, the tone of voice, the gestures and body language of both the lawyers and the judges are a well-established and important part of judicial hearings. Online courts have a completely different atmosphere, and both judges and lawyers will require some time to adjust to that. However, one benefit of one online hearing is the accessibility of lawyers to litigants. The factors like distance, time, language, and physical presence of the advocates as the barriers to securing legal aid for litigants have become totally irrelevant. The pandemic literally forced the courts to effectuate functions which were plagued with backlogs and in some sense make us to realize the necessity to shift from the conventional format of dispute resolution. In the words of Professor Richard Susskind, who is the Chief Advisor on Technology to the Judiciary of the United Kingdom, it made us question whether, and he posed the question, do we really need on all occasions to congregate physically to settle our legal differences? In a digital society in which it is commonplace to receive and provide all manner of services online, is it such a leap to imagine the delivery of online court services? He suggests four-pronged approach here. First, permanent adoption of remote courts in as many circumstances as possible. Second, availability of video hearing at times and place beyond the hours of 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., which is the usual timing for most conventional courts. Third, improvement of the audio-visual technology to ensure uninterrupted, congenial, accessible, and multi-image visuals to bring satisfaction to all engaged in the new process. And fourth, he says, introduction of the broader concept of online courts with radical simplified decision trees and diagnostic systems that can help courts users, especially those who are self-represented, to understand their entitlement and obligation. In the Indian context, the Niti Aayog, senior members of the bar, and some mediators have propounded the need for institutionalizing online dispute resolution, which to my mind deserves consideration. Lok adalats can also be conducted through online adjudication. Nonetheless, it must be noted that the institutional architecture should provide sufficient safeguards and mechanisms for weaker sections that might be bereft of access to internet communication. It must therefore be noted that technology in isolation is not the answer, especially when you are dealing with public courts. The innovation must be people-centric and fast and fact-sensitive. In order to better illustrate it, we must always remember the old saying of Blackstone's ratio, which says it's better 100 guilty persons should escape than that one innocent person should suffer. John Adams further expanded this theory upon the rationale behind Blackstone's ratio, and he said, it is of more importance to the community that innocence should be protected than it is that guilty should be punished. For guilty and crimes are so frequent in this world that all of them cannot be punished. The purpose of this ratio is to highlight the sensitivity of judicial adjudication and to note that over-application and use of concepts such as artificial intelligence in bail matters or even in traffic matters calls for detailed scrutiny. It is a fact that the Indian courts are overburdened, and despite their best performance, we have not been able to hammer the backlog of cases for various reasons. The filing and disposal of cases is an unstoppable cycle, and in this process, some of the cases are bound to continue to await their turn for final disposal. We can surely achieve an idealistic form of quick justice delivery system for which all the stakeholders namely the executive, the judiciary, and members of the bar, and the consumer of justice need to introduce massive reforms at their respective ends. We must proudly acknowledge that the Indian judiciary system can successfully defend itself from being branded a platform of delay in justice as denial of justice. An approach to innovation in judicial technology must be suited to individual-based justice delivery and supported by the existing infrastructure. While plans have been ongoing for setting up an umbrella organization for judicial infrastructure led by the Supreme Court, it would still take time for it to be implemented and be operational. These technologies should be highly sensitive to the socio-cultural aspect of its users in the name of efficiency. The aim is to make courts more navigable and accessible for everyone. Any technology-based initiative aiming to promote access to justice will only be successful if users are ultimately able to understand and access legal advice directly from a qualified lawyer who can help them resolve their problems. To drive home the point again, the principles of open and accessible justice coupled with an individual-centric concept of adjudication are the key to make the legal professionals as well as the general public believe in the power of technology. Any attempt to broadly apply tech concepts should be approached with a bit of hesitation. I would therefore advise a bottoms-up approach with technology assisting in administrative work to inculcate confidence within the community at large and then move on to fields such as the application of technology in actual disputes resolution, especially in the criminal litigation. I firmly believe that the future is definitely made for the application of technology in our judicial system, and it only needs consistent nurturing by civil society. Thank you very much. Thank you. Jai Hind.
We express a gratitude to your lordships for your views. It is true that the COVID pandemic changed the way that the judiciary functions. The rural and remote areas were certainly deprived of access to justice. But yes, both the bar and the bench certainly deserve to be applauded for their adaptation to virtual courtrooms, which we still continue in certain forums. As we move on, I would now request Honorable Mr. Justice Suman Shyam, Judge, Guwahati High Court, to kindly address the gathering. Sir.
Good afternoon to everybody. Honorable Mr. Justice Surya Kant, Judge, Supreme Court of India, Mr. Justice Arup Kumar Goswami, and Mr. Justice Ujjal Bhuya, the two Chief Justices present in today's function, Mr. Justice N. Koteswar Singh, and the other honorable judges sitting and former present in today's function, Mr. Chinmay Chaudhary, Senior Advocate and former Advocate General, Assam, Sri Manan Kumar Mishra ji, Chairman of the Bar Council of India, Sri Sailan Das, the two eminent scholars, Professor Dr. Ranbir Singh and Professor V.K. Ahuja, the esteemed representatives of all the bar councils of Northeast, eminent senior counsels and members of the bar, my dear students, ladies and gentlemen. At the very outset, I would like to congratulate the Bar Council of the four 5 northeastern states, namely Assam, Nagaland, Arunachal Pradesh, Mizoram and Sikkim, headed by Sri G.N. Saiwala, on completing 60 years of glorious existence. It is indeed a day to be commemorated with this kind of deliberations as we are having. I thank the Bar Council of Assam, etc., for giving me an opportunity to be a part of this seminar and make a brief address. The topic of this seminar, role of technology in legal sector and in facilitating speedy justice, has been very, very aptly chosen. As a matter of fact, in today's context pertaining to the Indian judiciary, I doubt whether there is any other topic which is potentially loaded with a lot of possibilities and which holds the answer to a lot of questions that the judiciary as an institution is likely to face in the near future. The famous French poet had said, I'm quoting Victor Hugo, nothing is more powerful than an idea whose time has come. I think harnessing and adopting technology in the functional spheres of judiciary is an idea which has come, and therefore there is no way one can run away from this concept. The only way ahead is to adopt and adapt to technological measures. This I say so because if there are two very important concepts which are being discussed and deliberated in the realm of Indian judiciary today, then those are generally pertaining to the idea of simplifying the process. In other words, a process re-engineering. And the other is increasing access to justice, or rather, as the Honorable Law Minister has referred to in the morning, equal access to justice. In my opinion, technology will play a very key role in implementing or in realizing both these objectives. And that is why we see that a lot of initiative, particularly initiative taken by the E-Committee of Supreme Court of India, is rapidly transforming the judiciary by introducing technology in a never seen before mode. Therefore, today's topic of seminar is both relevant and important, and it is really reassuring that we have two very eminent scholars in the form of the two Vice Chancellors who would be addressing this House in greater detail about the academic facets of this topic. What I would like to briefly lay before this House and focus on is some of the things that have taken place in Guwahati, particularly in the Assam judiciary, or the judiciary within the jurisdiction of the Guwahati High Court, wherein we have been able to introduce technology and find solution to some of the problems. Of course, this is a work in progress, and there is a lot which is yet to be done. But I must say that after seeing the things that have been happening and the measures that have been initiated, I am convinced that sooner or later we have to adopt technology. And when I say technology, I refer to information and computer technology in managing the affairs of judiciary, both as judges, as the registry, as well as the lawyers practicing in the courts of law. Mr. Manan Kumar Mishra had expressed an apprehension in the morning by suggesting that while introducing technology, things should not be hurried. One could not have agreed more with the views expressed by Mr. Mishra. We cannot hurry with the introduction of technology, and the reason is very simple. Most of the older generation lawyers or people who have spent more than 15-20 years in the system may not be very comfortable in use of technology. But what I must also say is that it is not correct that while using technology or computers in digitized form, to find page number 57, you have to spend half an hour. I don't think that is correct. That apprehension is, according to me, a little misplaced, because today's IT industry provides or offers that kind of monitors. For example, a Wacom computer has so many facilities that just by a dot, you can just go to any page you want. Of course, these things will require some practice. One has to get used to these things, and it can't happen overnight. But what I'm trying to say, and particularly to the younger generation and the dear students who are present here, is that a time has come we will have to get acclimatized to technology, which is going to play a big role in judiciary. Yes? Yes. So, I had prepared a speech which I'm not going to read out. This has got to do with the brief history of how Indian judiciary's journey into technology had commenced, and then the various steps taken and the various decisions of the Supreme Court, which had really shaped the way we are moving forward in adopting technology. But coming to Guwahati High Court, there are just a few things I would like to mention. Recently, we have started the virtual courts in traffic challan cases, and the Chief Judicial Magistrate First Class Kamrup Metro has been designated as the court to deal with traffic challan cases, which started on 9th of November 2020, and I can tell you that till now, nearly 58,000 traffic challan cases have been settled without the direct involvement of the physical court or the lawyers. So this is an indication as to how, if we use technology in the right manner, it is possible to achieve the desired results in some of the fields, while some other fields which requires a lot of research, a lot of reasoning and deeper analysis, maybe technology may not be suitable, but there are many areas where we can get the cases disposed of purely by use of technology. So traffic challan cases are one of them. Then there is a lot of thrust in the use of artificial intelligence. I'm just rushing through my speech because for some reason I regret I'll have to leave the hall very soon. Going on the track of artificial intelligence, the Supreme Court has recently come up with 2 AI tools. If some of you must have heard about it, one is called SUVAS, S-U-V-A-S, which is Supreme Court linked Vidhi Anuvad software. This is an AI tool which helps translation of judgments from English to 9 Indian languages and vice versa. So with the introduction of this system, it is believed that now many Indians will be able to get a copy of the judgments delivered by the courts in their own mother tongue. And the work is on to include all recognized Indian language as a part of the Subhas tool. Then SUPACE is another AI-enabled tool, which is Supreme Court Portal for Assistance in Courts Efficiency. This tool is designed to understand the judicial process that require automation. So this is a software which enables a particular brief to be read by the software and the high points can be given immediately. So what it does is it reduces the time taken by a judge to go through the entire brief and gather the important points involved in that particular brief. So apart from that, e-Seva Kendras have been set up, and in Assam today we have e-Seva Kendras set up in all the districts. These e-Seva Kendras can be used by the litigants and the lawyers for filing of their cases and for obtaining information pertaining to the cases in digital mode. Another very important step the Guwahati High Court has taken is by notifying the Guwahati High Court rules for video conferencing for courts. This is a process which got its tailwind from the COVID-19 pandemic, which was a time, as you all know, the entire judicial system had to almost entirely rely upon the video conferencing facilities. So the Guwahati High Court has developed a software for conducting video High Court proceedings, through which a number of court proceedings were held and conducted. Of course, at the moment, video conferencing is not the main mode, but we do have the infrastructure. Apart from connecting the district courts and jails, etc., we do have the infrastructure which can permit anyone to address the court from any part of the world with the help of video conferencing facilities. The Guwahati High Court has also recently notified, and recently, I mean 1st of September this year, notified the Guwahati High Court live streaming and recording of court proceeding rules 2022. We are planning to start the live streaming of court proceedings very soon, possibly during the course of this month. So if that happens, it is going to bring further transparency in the court proceedings. Of course, there are still some debate as to whether this is a very preferred way of conducting court proceedings, but that is another matter. At the moment, we are in the Guwahati High Court gearing up to have live streaming of court proceedings. The process of digitization of the court records has also achieved substantial progress, and very soon we propose to go into a digital mode even for filing of new cases. Ladies and gentlemen, there are a lot of things to be said in the realm of role of technology and its impact in speedy dispensation of justice. For some unavoidable reason, I am not in a position to go into all those details today. But suffice it to say that unless there is clear understanding of the process wide across the spectrum, and unless we come up with user-friendly technology which helps the users to perform their work better rather than create an obstacle by introduction of technology, this effort is not going to be successful. So with these few words, I conclude my brief address by wishing all the best to the Bar Council of Assam. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. You rightly opined that nothing is greater than an idea whose time has come. We're grateful to Justice Surya Kant and Justice Suman Shyam for having joined us for this session. Due to the paucity of time, they would have to leave us. But we extend our deepest gratitude to both of them. Thank you so much, sir. We look forward to hearing the two other luminaries on the dais. Justice Shyam has rightly opined that the only way ahead is to adapt and to have equal access to justice through technology. As we move on, it is my honor to call upon Professor Dr. Ranbir Singh, Founder Vice Chancellor of National Law University, Delhi, and presently on the Governing Council member of IFIM's Law School. No, sir? No? Okay, I apologize for that. Anyway, sir, thank you so much for having joined us.
Thank you very much. Oh. Honorable Justice Surya Kant, though he left because he was to go for darshan, but it is very important for me to acknowledge his presence, being his teacher. I have two judges in the Supreme Court who are my students, Justice Hemant Gupta and Justice Surya Kant. What is the moral of the story? What is the moral of the story? What is our expectation? Expectation of teachers and parents from students. I asked the same question from my daughter, who is also a lawyer in the corporate firm, a partner doing very well. I said, my expectations are that I come from a village, I started in a village school, wrote my takhti and slate by the side of a pond, and went to Bangalore, went to Hyderabad, went to Delhi, remained a vice chancellor for 22 years, and still don't want to retire. But though I'm retired, but I'm still a pro-chancellor in some university. I said, our expectation is that you overtake us. We with those difficulties have raised that bar very high. You know, Neeraj Chopra and Usain Bolt and all those people, it was always sort of high. If you do that, parents and teachers are the most happy people. I'm reminded of a professor's car driving in Delhi. There was a sticker at the back mirror. The sticker read, I do not allow anybody to overtake me except my own students. Right? We allow you to overtake us, we feel very happy. That's how I'm very proud that I share this stage with I say Professor Surya Kant. Thank you. It was a wonderful. Thank you, Apurva. Thank you, Mishra. Thank you, everybody from Guwahati for giving me this chance, this opportunity to be with my student, to share this stage with him and feel proud. This is one country where people don't feel proud of teachers. Don't mind, but this is a fact. But if you go to countries like, I have seen myself, countries like USA, in one occasion, the president of USA came to know that there is a Harvard professor. He went to him and introduced himself. I'm Barack Obama. I was also used to study in Harvard School. Glad to meet you, Professor. So that is the honor they give it. All these people sitting here, I can say this today because I'm retired. All advocates, all judges, all chief justices, all judges on the Supreme Court. Who is behind you? Remember us. Don't forget us. Please do remember us. And that's why I'm happy that Apurva, Maharaj Mishra, the Bar Council, it's a great honor for any teacher to be honored. I have also to welcome the great chief justices here, the justices of the 3 states, honorable advocates, the bar, my dear friend who is vice chancellor here. We used to meet very often in Delhi, and the other speakers here. Thank you very much. I am definitely pro-technology and law. Let me share one experience with you. Some 4 years back, I went to UK on the invitation of the then Minister of Justice, Sailesh Mehra. And one of the speakers, Honorable Justice Surya Kant also mentioned was Richard Susskind. the students of law must write this name, Richard, R-I-C-H-A-R-D, S-U-S-S-K-I-N-D, and must see the YouTube, how many lectures and YouTube PPTs. And do you know, this Richard Susskind submitted PhD thesis in Oxford University on artificial intelligence and law in the year 1980. So there is a lot going on in the world, But what about India? Is technology and law interface is important? Yes, it is very important. It will solve many problems. What is more important is the interface between law and justice. There was a very famous play in Justice. Krishna used to say, if law is not justice, justice is not law. These states are nothing but great governments. So ultimately, we are all here for doing justice. So justice is very important. But I have few concerns to share with you. I am reminded of some lines in Hindi. They said actually, जी चाहता है सच बोलूं, पर हौसला नहीं होता. क्योंकि कहीं डर तो लगता है ना, सब टेक्नोलॉजी की बात कर रहे हैं, बहुत बड़ी बातें हो रही हैं, और मैं थोड़ा सा उधर हटके बोलूं तो डर लगता है, वापस भी जाना दिल्ली में. घर सजाने की बात तो बहुत दूर की है, देखना ये है कि इस घर को बचाएं कैसे. मेरा कंसर्न ये है, I'm not concerned with the High Court, Supreme Court. I belong to a village which is very close to Panipat on the National Highway. There are 6 lakh villages in the country. Do you know how many cases are pending in the lower courts? Lower courts, 3 crores. How many vacancies? Around 7,000 or maybe more. We are talking of jurimetrics, we are talking of predictive justice, we are talking big things. Woods are lovely, dark and deep. We have miles to go before we sleep. Right? But the best is yet to come. We have to work very hard. My concern is very simple. My concern is, if I share with you, in this country, we have technological divide. We saw in the pandemic, this complete technology divide. We have 2 words. In article we say India, that is Bharat. ये सही है. One is India, that is rich, wealthy, powerful, all facilities they have. Another is white, have-nots. The 4th world, the 3rd world, which is not visible to the naked eye. Do they have enough technology strength? We have a technological divide, we have a knowledge divide. We see every day in the institutions, we have knowledge divide, we have a skill divide. We have geographical divide, we have ethnic divide. कितने बटे हुए हैं हम? How do we address these things? So we have to first confront these very serious problems which we are facing. And on the top of it, for all of us to remind and remember, somebody said very beautifully, one professor from Portland University, USA, we are approaching the new era with 21st century technology. We are very modern, we are all very advanced. Our governing process is 19th century old. We are entering 21st century, governing process is 19th century. And our governing structures are, what facilities you have given to the courts in the lower courts? Has any student of law gone and tried what facilities are there? Internet आता भी है कि नहीं आता है? बैठने की कुर्सी है कि नहीं, मेज है कि नहीं, फैन चलता है कि नहीं चलता है? आपने जॉली एलईडी देखा है ना? ऐसा ही हाल है, एग्जैक्टली वैसा ही हाल है। करें बात, आप टेक्नोलॉजी एंड लॉ की बात करें, बट इन मेजॉरिटी ऑफ योर कोर्ट्स एट द ग्रास रूट लेवल दिस इज द रियलिटी। उसको टैकल करिए। And then people say sometimes we are worried about the areas and 5 crores now. And when I speak in such forums, I say, I'm not worried. I'm one who is not worried about so many areas. People say, why, Dr. Singh, you say that? I said, I will be worried the day people stop coming to the courts. इस देश का आदमी आज भी वो न्याय के लिए कोर्ट में जाना चाहता है, 5 करोड़ एरियर्स के बावजूद भी। उनको पता है 30 साल लगेंगे, 20 साल लगेंगे, लेकिन उनकी आप में बहुत आस्था है। आप टेक्नोलॉजी लाइए, जो मर्जी कुछ करिए, जो मर्जी स्ट्रक्चर्स बनाइए, जो मर्जी आप रिफॉर्म्स करिए, बट न्याय की प्रक्रिया तेज करिए। प्लीज ब्रिंग इन जस्टिस फास्ट। न्याय तेज करिए। एक अमेरिकन जज वाज गोइंग टू द कोर्ट, हिज कार ब्रोक डाउन and he got from the car and stopped the cab and he told the cab person, I want to the court of law across the road. The cab driver looked at him. He said, do you want to go to the court of law or court of justice? The Supreme Court judge said, I'm sorry, I want to go to the court of justice. For common man, anybody who comes to you comes for justice. You may do anything, have best of technology. What is the problem? I keep going to foreign countries. I keep going to USA, and I went for a conference on IPR and public good. I was staying in a hotel. Every time the manager will come and sit down with me. I said, why do you are you so fond of India? He was from Indonesia. He said, Dr. Singh, आपको पता नहीं है, यहाँ सॉफ्टवेयर इंडस्ट्री में 24% are from Andhra Pradesh. And the entire thing you see is 40% professionals from India only. And if they pull out, the entire IT system of USA will collapse. Same is about doctors in UK and USA. That's our strength. I'm not saying that we cannot introduce technology. We can. We are capable. We can introduce technology in other countries. Why can't we introduce technology in our own country? But who has to do it? Do they have the will? Do we have a strategy? How many institutions or process or systems or high courts have a strategic plan? That what we are going to achieve in 2 years, what are we going to achieve in 3 years, or we are going to achieve in 5 years. When Veerappa Moily was the law minister, we started doing litigation policy. We started seriously looking to what should be done to bring down the arrears. We started a Rajiv Gandhi Advocates Training Scheme at New Delhi. Wonderful scheme, where hundreds of lawyers would be trained in technology and law. And at the end of the course would be given a laptop. That is what is required. A movement to train new lawyers and coming judges in technology and law. Simply saying won't help. We have to have a policy, strategic plan, and so that we can train professionals. And it will help only then. And somebody asked me, what is the mandate of a law school? I said, the mandate of any law school or system is to produce a generation of professionals, those who are technically sound, those who know the difference between law and technology, and professionally competent. People will become professionally competent when they understand that interface and socially relevant. We don't produce only technocrats or robots. We have to produce best of human beings. Thank you very much.
Thought-provoking, insightful. Sir, I do not know how to summarize your lecture, unfortunate as it is. The influence of teachers extends beyond the classroom, well into the future. And you, sir, are a personification of such influence. Once again, sir, thank you very much and for the thought-provoking. Thank you. It was an honor to have heard you, sir. It is now my honor to call upon Dr. Y.K. Ahuja, Vice Chancellor of the National Law University, Assam, to kindly address the gathering. Sir.
Thank you, Madam. Honorable Mr. Justice and Koteshwar Singh, Judge, Guwahati High Court, Honorable Mr. Justice Michael Jotan Kumar, Judge, Guwahati High Court, all sitting and former judges, Professor Ranveer Singh, our Guru, Shri Apurva Sharma, Shri Gajanand Sahewala ji, all officials of Bar Council of India, Bar Council of States and Bar Associations of various states, professors, judicial officers, advocates, officers from government, students, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. Let me admit before you that I am a last minute substitute for Professor Vivekananda. So please bear with me, and moreover this is a post-noon session, which is always very, lazy kind of a session where everybody feels sleepy. Day before yesterday, Honorable Mr. Justice Chandrachud in the Supreme Court said that the Constitution bench, which was headed by him, was going to be a green bench. And then he advised the advocates not to bring papers or physical documents. He also, one of the advocates who was present there, he raised some objection. He said that we are not techno-savvy. To that, Justice Samasha, who was also a part of that bench, he said, okay, our IT officials will train you. Well, friends, I do not know how it is going to have impact on advocates, but it definitely had an impact on me. And I thought that let me make a paperless presentation today. So I did not bring a paper with me. I brought the MacBook with me. Well, friends, this was a very small statement. Now, imagine a situation where artificial intelligence acts as a judge, decides the cases, writes orders and judgments. Well, I'm not saying that the robots are going to sit physically in the chairs of judges. But this is what is going to happen, and this is what for which, the change for which we have to prepare. I'll begin my presentation with a statement of Professor Stephen Hawking, who is no more, who said in the year 2014, 8 years back, that the development of full artificial intelligence could spell the end of the human race. A very strong statement. He further said, it would take off on its own and redesign itself at an ever-increasing rate, and humans, who are limited by slow biological evolution, could not compete and would be superseded. Now, that was the statement made by Professor Stephen Hawking, a very well-renowned professor who died in the year 2018. Well, friends, the term artificial intelligence, Professor Ranveer Singh had also pointed out that there was a study way back in 1980 on artificial intelligence and law. So it is not a new term as we perceive. It was coined way back in 1956 by John McCarthy, but it has become a buzzword today. Artificial intelligence has assumed significant importance in the contemporary times, and its use has become indispensable in most of the technological applications. Be it governance, be it health, be it transportation, be it aviation, space, education, entertainment, whether it is music, art, games, films, be it industry or any other sector, artificial intelligence has made its presence felt. Well, friends, while talking about all these sectors, I did not talk about judicial sector, but that does not mean that artificial intelligence has not entered into judicial sector. Justice Suman Shyam in his speech said that Supreme Court had come out with 2 artificial intelligence devices, the applications. Now that is just a beginning, and the work is like, a translation and, providing brief to the judges so that they do not spend much of their time, the quality time, in reading those briefs. I'll come to this later on. Now, a tendency has been developed in almost all the countries to automate most of their activities in all sectors and minimize human intervention to ensure efficiency, transparency, and rule out errors. I'll give you one example and then imagine to what extent the artificial intelligence had gone and what is going to be the future. Google artificial intelligence system has created a child of its own. See, AI is creating a child of its own. Now this child AI is being trained by the parent AI to such a high level that it outperforms every other human-built AI system. The performance of child AI is evaluated by the parent AI, which acts as a controller, and this process is being repeated thousands of times to make the child AI more effective and advanced. I'll tell you briefly about the creativity which the artificial intelligence has now produced. Couple of years back, probably I think it was 2020 or in the beginning of 2021, a new AI system was introduced, which was called as GPT-3. Now this GPT-3 spent several months in learning the ins and outs of natural language by analyzing thousands of digital books, length and breadth of the Wikipedia, and nearly 1 trillion words from blogs, social media, and rest of the internet. GPT-3 today writes poetry, tweets, responds to questions, summarizes emails, translates languages, writes computer programs. It can understand vagaries of human languages and tackles other human skills. Today, AI can write news articles, generate artwork, write novel, generate music, and produce games. I was just reading a news just 2-3 days back only that there was an art competition where one of the participants in the competition had given his art, which was made by artificial intelligence, and he got some prize, and it was severely criticized throughout the world that you are going to kill the human creativity because you cannot compare the human creativity and the artificial intelligence. I have written so many books. I have written dozens of articles. I have written many reports and many more things. I use computer myself. I write myself. But the change which I have realized in me is that when writing, there are so many spelling mistakes which I am committing. And I do not take the pain to go back and look what exactly the correct spelling should be. I'll just go and click the right click, and then the correct spelling is being suggested by the computer, and this is how I'll make the correction. So what is going to happen with artificial intelligence? The technology is becoming intelligent and humans are becoming dumb. I'm sorry to say, but then this is what is going to happen. There was a time, Sir is here, Professor Ranveer Singh, Lordships are also here, and all the senior people sitting here. They must be knowing, how did we get the education? It used to be very tough. I do not know whether it happened to you people or not, sir, but then it definitely happened to me. We used to get lot of scolding from our teachers, and they'll beat us with a stick. I remember, I think, sir, at least till 9th or 10th standard, that the teachers have beaten us like anything. And on a couple of occasions, I think it was in 12th standard also. That was the only technology available to discipline the student, but that, the issue was not indiscipline. The issue was the teacher will come, I'm going to start this, and then he'll start asking questions. Now, since we were not prepared for that, and then, you'll get a slap or maybe a stick at your hand. So this is how the things used to happen during those days. Well, now the question which arises, whether artificial intelligence can go to the extent where it can decide the cases at its own and write orders and judgments also. Now, what is artificial intelligence? It can be stated to be the ability of machines to do things that people would say require intelligence. So AI normally refers to ability of machines to perform cognitive tasks like thinking, perceiving, learning, problem solving, and decision making. So all these things are also being done by the judges. In machine learning, which is a subfield of artificial intelligence, there happens to be an inbuilt algorithm in the computer program that allows it to learn from data input and to evolve and make future decisions either at its own or on the direction. In other words, the machine learning algorithms learn from the programmer's provided inputs to generate something new and making its own independent decisions. Now, what you need to do is to prepare an algorithm where you are feeding all sort of data which are required for, writing judgments or deciding a case. Maybe all bare acts, maybe all judgments, maybe a lot of commentaries, the authentic commentaries, and other things. Friends, there are two categories of works which may be produced by the involvement of artificial intelligence. Number one, artificial intelligence generated work, and number two, artificial intelligence assisted work. So first is AI generated work and second is AI assisted work. What is the difference between the two? In the first category, which is AI generated works, that is known as the work generated autonomously by AI without any human intervention. In the second category, which is AI-assisted category, now here the person is using artificial intelligence as a tool, similarly as you use computer as a tool and all computer programs which you act as a tool, but then your own contribution is there. The problem comes with respect to the AI-generated work, the work which has been generated by AI without human intervention. The artificial intelligence may change its behavior during operation to respond to unanticipated information or events and produce works which might not have been intended or anticipated, because it works at its own, and sometimes it will produce a result which is completely unintended or maybe not even anticipated. There are certain issues because artificial intelligence sometimes may use biased language, toxic language, which could result into defamation or obscenity, or may produce some other kind of an undesired result. Further, AI-generated work may also happen to be substantial similar works to an existing work. But then, it may have copyright issues for other things, but as far as judgment and orders are concerned, the judges are immune because Section 52 of the Copyright Act had exempted them. So there is nothing like plagiarism in the judgment. So even if the judges are, borrowing very heavily from some commentaries or something, it is all allowed to the judges. So there is no copyright issue as such in the judgments. Now, through text and data mining, the artificial intelligence may bring the desired results from voluminous submissions made by the litigants. Sometimes, it is a huge files, lot of papers, and you have the psychological impact. How would I go through them and how would I make a decision? And sometimes, it is being delayed for years together. But then, artificial intelligence may help you in processing that data, which is voluminous, and it may give a verdict which is based on law and facts. The judge AI, I'm using the term judge AI. The judge AI is in its infancy and evolving. There are experts who feel that AI judgments may be 99% accurate. Now that is a positive mindset towards technology of some of the experts. Whereas there are many others who say that it is not a very good idea to go ahead with judge artificial intelligence, judge AI. What they say is that AI may not have the human touch similar to what a judge may have in a given situation. And the role of judges is not confined to simply data processing. The role of judge is much more than data processor. Whatever the case may be, the AI is going to enter the judicial sector sooner or later in India also. In the morning I was listening carefully to Mr. Manan Mishra. He raised a lot of apprehensions. But let me just tell you, I'm not saying that his apprehensions are not valid. They are quite valid. But then you think at the same point of time, Professor Ranveer Singh ji is here, he will correct me if I'm wrong. During Zoom, whether it was WebEx or whether it was MS Team, whatever the platform was, every teacher took the class, and I, as a part of the teacher community, feel proud in saying that we could protect the valuable years of our students. In NLU Assam, where I am Vice Chancellor presently, I belong to Delhi University. I am a senior professor there, so I have to go back after completing my tenure, which is of 3 years. In Delhi University, because it is a very big university, where the total number of students are more than 7.5 lakhs taken together, they are running little late. Their classes have started, from this particular week only for the coming semester. So they are going little late, but so far as NLUs are concerned, in most of the NLUs, in most of the universities, they could, come up and avoid the delay in the semesters. The semesters are running in time, and it is, we are providing results, we are conducting examinations on time, giving results on time. so that there is no loss to our students. And it is all because of technology. So even the teachers have adapted to the technology. The same principle applies to all other persons, whether advocates or judges or somebody else. Justice Suman Shyam had rightly pointed out that you cannot avoid technology for a long. You will have to embrace it. Do not run away from the technology. Go and embrace it, adapt yourself, and let's see the result. The results will definitely be wonderful. Well, friends, the AI may show you a ray of hope for bringing down the huge backlog of cases, which has now been reached closer to 5 crores. This is what has been admitted by Honorable Law Minister Kiran Rijijuji in the morning. And as Lordship Surya Kant has rightly pointed out, justice delayed is justice denied. So unless you have AI in place to help the judges, to help the entire judicial system, we cannot think of reducing that backlog. And Justice Suman Shyam had pointed out, like for traffic violation cases, the Lordship may correct me if I'm wrong, that in Guwahati High Court, they are taking help of technology, and where all the matters are being settled, since in bail matters or maybe in bailable matters in the petty offenses cases, we can use artificial intelligence and reduce the burden of this 5 crore, cases, can bring down this pendency. The AI can the AI can process voluminous data in seconds, and give you the desired result, whereas the humans will take several days to process that. Friends, countries like UK, US, China, and Estonia. Estonia is doing very well. The European country, Estonia, are some of the countries which are fast experimenting artificial intelligence in the judicial system. The trade disputes, e-commerce disputes, copyright infringement cases are some of the categories of the cases which are being handled by the artificial intelligence. Not only that, AI has made its presence felt in the online dispute resolutions also. In Estonia, I'll just make a special reference to Estonia. The small claim disputes are being adjudicated by AI-enabled robot judges, which has a provision to make an appeal to human judges. The proceedings is a completely paperless procedure where both the parties are uploading documents and other relevant information, and the decision is being made by the robot judge. Now, I'll just make a reference to legal aid. The previous speakers in the morning as well as in the afternoon had referred to the legal aid, and of course, this is one thing, where everybody is concerned, the government is concerned, the judiciary is concerned, that we need to provide legal aid to the people. Now, legal aid, but then of course, who are helping their clients with drafting, the will drafting or some other kind of documents. Imagine that there is a chatbot or robot, You go there, you want to execute a will. A drafting is to be done, and it asks you certain information, name, father's name, age, gender, address, and you fill all that information. The description of property about which you would like to make the will, to whom you are making the will. And all that information can be provided to that robot. Within no time, that will would be ready with all details, and you can take the printout, you can sign it, you can get it signed by the witnesses, and then you can upload it further again, and the robot will connect it to the registrar office, and you will get a ticket on which the date will be printed. You will have to go to registrar office with the witnesses, and you have to make sign in presence of that, and the matter ends. No advocate is required, no deed writer is required. All informations, I could see some sort of, panic or whispering. Well, this is not, to make you panic, but then I'm telling you that this is going to be reality sooner or later. Today, you may take this particular presentation as a dream, but this is going to be the future. This is going to be the reality, maybe 10 years, from now. 10 years down the line, you will see that whatever I'm telling you is now turning into reality. Friends, maybe, because I'm heading a law university, sir had been heading law university, several universities. Now, legal aid clinic is something which is a requirement, essential requirement of the Bar Council, right? And we have to contact the State Legal Services Authority to send the panel advocates so that, legal aid could be provided to all the needy who come to that legal aid clinic. Once the chatbots or so-called robots, have attained that kind of efficiency, I think every law school would be required to have a chatbot or robot in the legal aid, which is being monitored by the students, and anybody can come and make a query and get an answer to that. So that can also be a reality. The ideal proposition as of now is that the judges should take assistance from artificial intelligence in order to write the judgments or orders, rather than writing those judgments and orders at their own, or allowing the artificial intelligence to generate the order itself, because you have to improve upon algorithms on the basis of experiences, and so therefore there has to be a continuous kind of evaluation of the algorithms, and it has to be made better and better. The government may have introduced e-court projects and integrated case management information system, but the introduction of AI in deciding cases and judgment writing is the need of the hour. Friends, I'll sum up by saying, because you may be having many questions in mind as to how this is going to happen, or this is impossible, this cannot be done. So all those people who are thinking that this can never be done, so there is a small couplet for them. कौन कहता है आसमां में छेद नहीं हो सकता, एक पत्थर तो तबीयत से उछालो यारो. Thank you.
A very insightful lecture indeed, sir. Automated lives to the negligence of human life. Certainly a very scary scenario, and the data which you have shared with us is certainly an eye-opener. Artificial intelligence deciding cases on its own, and no need for lawyers. It's taking on my bread and butter. I'm a little concerned here as well. But yes, sir, yes, you're a teacher. Yes, of course, sir. Definitely. So the pros and cons of technology needs to be balanced harmoniously, and we need to deliberate on the issues which are being raised by our speakers. The urban and rural divide, which Dr. Ranveer Singh talked about, how the rural sector of India does not really get, although they have access to cell phones, but do they really have access to equal justice, which was opined by in the morning session by Sri Kiran Rijiju about equal access to justice in the technological sector. We are indeed grateful to our dignitaries on the dais for having joined us, for having shared their insightful views with us today. And with that, we come to the close of this session of role of technology and how it affects our day-to-day lives. I would be failing my duty if I do not share with you that the souvenir which was released in the morning hours has an article which has been written by Dr. Ranveer Singh, and that deals with the same topic, the role of technology in our day-to-day life, especially with focus on the legal fraternity. So we'll try and share the souvenirs with all of you. If not, what we would do is we will try and share the PDF through artificial intelligence with all the universities from where you have come from, or on the Bar Council website from where it will be accessible to everyone. Thank you very much for having joined us for this session. Our next evening cultural program will start at 5:30 p.m., which will also commence the felicitation of members of Bar Council of India and members of the Bar Council of Assam, Nagaland, Mizorum, Arunachal Pradesh and Sikkim, which will be at 5:30 p.m., followed by the cultural program and then followed by dinner. We wish you a very pleasant evening ahead. Thank you. I will see you tomorrow morning for the next technical session. Good evening. Thank you.
Rajanna, sorry. Sri Rajanna, member Karnataka Bar Council, being felicitated by our Vice Chairman, Mr. A.H. Khandakar. Sure. Oh, okay. I'm sorry I mispronounced his name. It's Sri Rajanna, not Rajamma. He's a father figure, not a mother figure. Sri S. Vasavaraj. He's a senior advocate and member of the Karnataka Bar Council, being felicitated by our Vice Chairman. He is also the chairman of the Karnataka Law Academy, being felicitated by Mr. A. Khandakar, the vice chairman of our Bar Council. Sri M. N. Madhusudan, member of the Karnataka Bar Council, being felicitated by Mr. A. H. Khandakar, the Vice Chairman. I would also like to request Mr. Jayakar, member of Telangana Bar Council, to kindly come up on stage. Now I would like to request, oh, sorry. The photo session is on. I would like to request our former Vice Chairman, Sri Bhutkaran Kejriwal, to kindly felicitate Mr. Jayakar, a member of the Telangana Bar Council. I would also like to request Mr. Ram Prasad Singaria, the Vice Chairman of the Rajasthan Bar Council, to kindly come up on stage. I would like to request our former Vice Chairman, Bhutkaran Kejriwal ji, to kindly felicitate Sri Ram Prasad Singaria, Vice Chairman of the Rajasthan Bar Council. Thank you, sir. Now we'll begin the cultural events just after some time. Kindly bear with us for some time.
ভইচটো চাউণ্ড ভাইটি ভইচটো চাউণ্ড ভাইটি বাহিৰটো অকণ মনিটৰ দিবা বাহিৰটো অকণ মনিটৰ দিবা ভকেল ৰিভাৰ্বটো চাবা তুমি ভকেল ৰিভাৰ্বটো চাবা তুমি जी हेलो
নমস্কাৰ
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hokoluke swagatam janaisu. Each and everyone present here are distinguished guests. A very, very warm welcome to the Diamond Jubilee celebrations of the Bar Council of Assam, Nagaland, Mizorum, Arunachal Pradesh, and Sikkim. Well, we have a variety of programs today, that is the 10th of September, and tomorrow as well, that is the 11th of September, here at the Pragjyotish ITA Center, Machkhua. আজিৰ পূৰ্বে আমি মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্ৰী ডক্টৰ হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শৰ্মা ডাঙৰীয়াৰ লগতে সমগ্ৰ জাতিৰ আন একাধিক বিশিষ্ট ব্যক্তিৰ উপস্থিতিত এক সুন্দৰ আৰু ফলপ্ৰসূ উদ্বোধনী অধিৱেশনৰ সাক্ষী হৈছোঁ। Ladies and gentlemen, earlier today, as we all know, we witnessed a wonderful and fruitful inaugural session in the presence of the Honorable Chief Minister of Assam, Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma, and a host of other eminent and distinguished personalities from all over the nation. এতিয়া আমি আগবাঢ়িছোঁ আমাৰ আজিৰ সাংস্কৃতিক সন্ধিয়ালৈ, য'ত থাকিব বিভিন্ন ধৰণৰ প্ৰস্তুতি, আৰু আমি আশা কৰিছোঁ যে আপোনালোকে এই অনুষ্ঠানটি ভাল পাব, আঁকোৱালি ল'ব, আৰু আজি ইয়াত উপস্থিত সকলো শিল্পীকে আপোনালোকৰ মৰম দিব। শিল্পীক মৰম কেনেকৈ যাচিব? জোৰে হাত চাপৰি বজায়। I am your host, Ricky Sharma. We will start the cultural evening with a prayer. যিকোনো অনুষ্ঠানৰে আৰম্ভণি বৰগীতেৰে কৰিব পাৰিলে মনটো ভাল লাগে, নহয় জানো? বৰগীতত মনক শান্ত কৰি ইতিবাচক চিন্তাৰ ফালে আগবঢ়াই লৈ যোৱাৰ ক্ষমতা আছে। বৰগীতৰ দ্বাৰা জীৱন যাত্ৰাৰ বিষয়ে শিকিব পৰা কথাখিনি আজিৰ এই যান্ত্ৰিক জীৱনতো প্ৰযোজ্য। Ladies and gentlemen, Borgeets are a collection of lyrical songs composed by Mahapurush Srimanta Shankardev and Madhavdev in the 15th and 16th century and are used to begin prayer services in monasteries, which are called hotras and namkhars here in Assam. They are a lyrical strain that expresses the religious sentiments of the poets reacting to different situations and differ from other lyrics associated with the Ekasarana Dharma. Brajavali is the language used for creations of Mahapurush Shankardev and Madhavdev in the form of scriptures, which serves as the base for today's religious thought process and belief system of Assam. Amar pratham prostuti agbadhaisu borgit poribekhon koribo onatar hilpi Bornali Sharma. Bornali Hormaloy Dhanyabad. Thank you so much for such a positive start to the cultural evening. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next performance is a chorus, but it's not by professionals, but professional advocates, a group of advocates led by Shantanu Gogoi, who has composed and written the chorus. One thing that I personally feel about the chorus is that whenever we listen to a song subconsciously somewhere, and then go back home and maybe don't even realize that we are humming a part of that particular song, we can't recall that song. So that's the chorus. Most certainly that's the chorus of that song. That's the impact that the chorus has in our minds. It's right on the face, and the expressions there are right in front of us to be understood. একেলগে একেটা হুৰতে একেটা তালতে একে আবেগেৰে যেতিয়া সকলো শিল্পীয়ে লগ লাগি এটা সুন্দৰ পৰিবেশন কৰে তাকে আমি কোৰাছ বুলি কওঁ. Our next performance, as I said in the very beginning, is by Shantanu Gogoi, and along with him he has his group of advocates. So it's coming up in a short while. Thank you.
হ্যালো নমস্কার আপনাদের সকলকে স্বাগত জানাচ্ছি জনপ্রিয় অভিভাবক আমাদের তরফে আপনাদের আদরণীয় স্বাগত
amalgamating the various songs and tunes of Assam, the folk tunes basically of Assam, as well as bring together all the folk instruments, the rich cultural heritage of Assam that we possess, and create a beautiful garland out of it, present you, taking you on a tour of Assam. Well, they intend to take folk music of Assam to different parts of the world. Chiranjeev Kashyap, the lead man, the captain of the ship of this troupe, is a very talented guy. He's also part of the group of musicians that play along with Zubin Garg and Jubilee. And not just that, he has also tried his hand at acting in different serials in Assam. Well, it's a big group, as you can see. When each of them arrive here, it's a total of 13 members. So they might just take a while to set it up, but I promise you, the wait will be worth it. You'll enjoy this performance thoroughly. Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for Pratidhwani from Assam.
বেয়া কেইটাকে ৰাখি থৈ আছে বেয়া কেইটাকে লগাই বেয়া কেইটা চাই দিলোঁ আধা ঘণ্টা লাগি যায় সেটিং করতে হ্যালো আনছোৱা আনিছোৱা আমাৰ আছে Hallchu.
Hello, hello, check. Hello, check. Hello.
Hello, hello, check. Hello, check.
Sí, hello.
Hello, hello, check.
Check, check, check.
সকলোকে ধন্যবাদ জনাইছো ইমান পৰে আপোনালোকে অপেক্ষা কৰাৰ বাবে thank you so much for being so patient as I said in the very beginning it's a big band a group of musicians it took a little while thank you so much for all your patience with a big round of applause please welcome Pratithwani
নমস্কাৰ খুব ধুনীয়াকৈ নিজৰ কাৰণে হাস্য কৰি দিয়ক গম পাইছোঁ আচলতে বহুত ধৰণৰ আপোনালোকে ধৈৰ্য ধৰিব লগা হ'ল বহুত বিশিষ্ট ব্যক্তি আছে আচলতে আমি একেবাৰে নগণ্য আপোনালোকৰ আগত কিন্তু এটা সপোন এটা উদ্দেশ্যলৈ আমাৰ প্ৰতিনিধি আগবাঢ়িছে কিন্তু তাৰ আগত কোনো কৰ্মকৰ্তা আমাৰ বাৰ কাউন্সিল যিমান কেইজন ব্যক্তি নহ'লে আজি এখন মঞ্চ নহ'লহেঁতেন সেই বিশেষ ব্যক্তিসকলক ধন্যবাদ জ্ঞাপন কৰিছোঁ আমাৰ ফালৰ পৰা তেওঁলোকৰ কাৰণে হাস্য কৰি দিয়ক আচলতে তেখেতে গ'লে বিকিৰাই গ'লে যদি ধৰণী কথা আচলতে আমাৰ এটা ইমান ডাঙৰ সপোনটো ইমান হঠাৎ হোৱা নহয় সকলোৱে গম পায়, যিসকলে জানে বা যিসকলে দেখিছিলে, যেতিয়া ডিগ্ৰী কৰি আছোঁ, ইঞ্জিনিয়াৰিং কৰি আছোঁ, এজন মানুহৰ সান্নিধ্য লাভ কৰিছিলোঁ এই অসমখনৰ সকলোৱে মৰমে। তেখেতৰ নাম হ'ল জুবিন গাৰ্গ ডাঙৰীয়া। চ' যেতিয়া দাদাৰ লগত যেতিয়া অসমৰ পৰা শদিয়াৰ পৰা ধুবুৰী তিনিফালে ঘূৰি ফুৰোঁ, বহুত মৰম পাইছিলোঁ ৰাইজ, অসমবাসী ৰাইজ, বিভিন্ন জাতি, বিভিন্ন জনগোষ্ঠীৰ মানুহ লগ পাইছিলোঁ। আৰু যেতিয়া অসমৰ বাহিৰত যেতিয়া কান্ধত এই ঢোলটো লৈ পেলাই গৈছিলোঁ, নেশ্যনেল স্কুলত ড্ৰামাই হওক বা কুৰুক্ষেত্ৰ, হায়দৰাবাদ তথা আপোনাৰ নৰ্থ ইষ্ট ফেষ্টিভেল হওক, বিভিন্ন মঞ্চত অনুষ্ঠান কৰিবলৈ এটা সুযোগ পাইছিলোঁ। কিন্তু বিভিন্ন তাৰে লোকবাদ্যৰ লগত জড়িত, ফোক কালচাৰৰ লগত জড়িত বিভিন্ন আৰ্টিষ্ট আমি লগ পাওঁ। তেওঁলোকৰ এটাই প্ৰশ্ন যে চিৰঞ্জীৱ অসমত অকল ঢোলেই বাজে নেকি? অসমত জানো অকল ঢোলেই বাজে? নাবাজে, ডেফিনেটলি। চ' তুমি কেতিয়াবা বেলেগ ইনষ্ট্ৰুমেণ্ট লৈ পেলাই আহিবাচোন, সদায় তুমি ঢোলটো লৈ আহা কণ্টিনিউ 2 বছৰ মূৰে মূৰে বা কেতিয়াবা এবছৰ মূৰে মূৰে, বছৰত 2বাৰকৈ যাওঁ। চ' এইবোৰ প্ৰশ্ন যেতিয়া সন্মুখীন হৈছিলোঁ, খুন্দি আছিল মনত যে অসমতো অকল ঢোলেই নাই, দবা, নেগেৰা, চিফুং, চেজা, আমি অসমখন ইমানেই চহকী, ইমানেই ৰিচ আছে কালচাৰেলি। আৰু গোটেই নৰ্থ ইষ্টখন, গোটেই ভাৰতৰ ভিতৰত আমি আটাইতকৈ ৰিচ, অকল অসমেই নহয়, গোটেই এণ্টায়াৰ নৰ্থ ইষ্টখন। চ' যেতিয়া সৰুৰ পৰা মা আছে, দেউতা বহি আছে, চ' ঘৰত এটা পৰিৱেশ পাইছিলোঁ শিকিবলৈ, বজাবলৈ। মায়ে যদিও গান নাগায়, গুণগুণায়, দেউতাই তবলা, হাৰমনিয়াম বজায়। চ' সেই চাগে তেনেকৈ ঘৰৰ পৰা আহিলে গাত বিদ্যাটো আৰু গোটেইখিনি বজাবলৈ সক্ষম হ'ব। আৰু দাদাক কৈছোঁ যে দাদা, যেনেকৈ আমি অসমৰ বাহিৰত যাওঁ, যদি আপুনি আৰু মই এটা দল এনেকুৱা এটা দলৰ যদি সৃষ্টি কৰিব পাৰোঁ, যিটো দলত অসমৰ প্ৰত্যেকটো লোকগীত আৰু লোকবাদ্যত থাকি যাতে আমি বাহিৰত গৈ দমত ক'ব পাৰোঁ আমি অসমীয়া বুলি। আমাৰ এটাই উদ্দেশ্য, অসমৰ প্ৰত্যেকটো লোকগীত, আমাৰ যিখিনি আমাৰ থলুৱা লোকগীত, লোকবাদ্য আছে, বাহিৰৰ অনা অসমীয়াখিনি জনাটো উচিত। আমি যেনেকৈ বাহিৰৰ লোকগীত আমি গুণগুণাওঁ, তেওঁলোকে যাতে এটা শাৰী হ'লেও যাতে অসমীয়া লোকগীতক যাতে তেওঁলোকে গুণগুণায়, সেই প্ৰয়াস। কবিতা বা আছে, মই দেখা নাই, তেওঁলোকক ধন্যবাদ। পাঠক ছাৰ আছে, চ' নাম ক'লে শেষ নহ'ব। খুব জোৰে হাত চাব বিচাৰিছোঁ, বহুত দিনৰ পৰা বিহুৰ পিছত এখন মঞ্চ পাইছোঁ, নাৰ্ভাছ ফিল কৰি আছোঁ। এটাই উদ্দেশ্য, অসমৰ অৰাকৰ্ষ সাহিত্য সংস্কৃতিক যাতে ইণ্টাৰনেশ্যনেল নেশ্যনেলত দবাই ক'ব পাৰোঁ আমি অসমৰ সন্তান বুলি। ধন্যবাদ। আৰম্ভ কৰিব ওলাইছোঁ প্ৰতিধ্বনি।
Hola!